Morning, guys. I'm not feeling incredibly great, but I am here. I am here. See what we can do. So, a lot of news this morning. I don't know how much of this is priced in. Like, actually. Like, is a lot of this going to reverse? I'm not sure. So, this is the big news. Shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting policy from Fed's Powell. Um, and then we had just a huge spam of then quotes. And then we had a couple other things that happened. We had Canada saying that they're moving most of their retaliatory tariffs. We had Trump saying that he'll fire Fed's cook if she doesn't resign. And there was just a fever storm of news, and it's still coming up. So we'll see. Still more news on the day. And this, and then we had this. Yeah, that's a lot. This 600 hold was really good to see on NQ here. If we can get over these wick highs off of the 600 hold, I think NQ is in a pretty good position. That was a very solid retest of POC of previous candle here. My stomach is killing me. I don't know what is going on. So far, no interest yet over our 33s. That's crazy. The amount of paying users on OnlyFans went up by 24% for 2024 to 2025. Oh, y'all gotta stop. All I'm saying. We're still just balanced here, but in an uptrend. Just waiting to see how we interact. This buyer at 600, 610 is still holding. As long as that's not flipping, I'm not too mad at this area. We have 40 seconds until new 15, so I'm hoping they make a decision on open new 15. Getting a little wishy-washy up here, where like if we aren't able to push or continue this push, kind of within the next 5 minutes, I'd say that we're probably going to have a bit of a curl, come back down to maybe like 560 on NQ. Just to retest some structure if we aren't showing any interest back above. Just a bit of a curl. But for right now, it's just balancing up here. We're just not really seeing any desire to continue as of yet. We're seeing some absorption above. If they are unable to push us over 620, 630 here on this reoffer, I think that downside leg might happen. Just keeping an eye on that right now. 620, 630 is going to be important here. If we put in our lower high right here. See if they flip it or if this holds a lower high. Just watching this offers like slowly step down on Dom, right? Step down, step down, step down, step down. And now we have some liquidity above with this POC on our last 15-minute candle. We're watching to see if we can flip that or if this holds, right? And if it can hold, then we can look for a buyer to be above this 30 and try to then pop us to 60 quickly. That'll be kind of our, this is it, right? Like this is the test. Can we see some buyers step in over 30 and start to hold us, or do they absorb here and fail and then rotate us down to 560? Because if they can hold here and pop it, then we have a potential 3-bar with us holding this low, right? But we've got to get over this clearly. This guy who's getting absorbed here into these highs. All right, bid attempting here. A little look above. See if this bid can move up at our 630. Again, we've got this wick high above tag into, and then I'd love to see like a retest, ideally, of our little zone here. I just need a bit more confirmation. A little look above, that's good. Now let's see if it's a trap or if we can retest and then get some continuation from this. Again, like price seems to be moving in 3 bars right now to upside. So I'm not like, again, I'm not bearish here, but just need to see a bit more. And what I mean by like the 3-bar idea is that we've got like a mother bar. We've seen this now 3 times where you consolidate for 3 bars and then the 3rd bar breaks us out. So this would be the same thing where we did the 3-bar and then we popped. And we're now doing a potential mother bar, inside bar, and then pushing. We just need to get through this wick high here. It's just trend kind of price action, you know. Mm. And the 600 total is good. We're still just like not seeing the interest up here. I don't know, man. I'm watching what we do into this retest here. We just rejected our wick highs. Watching to see if this bid can hold this yellow zone or if it flips and then offers. We've got this liquidity here that I want to be watching. See if we find our bid here at 630. Yeah, 630. okay so far. PVZ value is still holding. This wick high is offer, no interest above, coming back down into our stacked imbalance here. Just watching to see if we can find this bid or if it flips. This bid is still just resting at 20 to 30. Should be your first risk off if you're playing off of 20 to 30 into 50. If we can flip 50s, should be able to push. Again, like buyers maintaining here. We need to show interest above. Still just in our 3-bar structure. Just pull back from our wick high. It's just no desire above yet. Very annoying. Yeah. That seller is just so apparent up there. Oh god, my stomach's killing me. Very two-sided here. See, the problem is like, yes, there's someone very clearly absorbing into these highs, but like all we're doing is pulling back into our 15-minute structure. It's pretty rough trying to do anything other than take profit into our highs. Shorting here is like, okay, like sure. If this 20 to 30 flips offer, like we rotate back down to 600. But the chance for bid is so high down here that you're basically right. I mean, that's still like you can play for like 20 points. It's not a big deal, but this feels a little awkward trying to short any short here. Like either you're playing off of our highs at PVZ and looking for the flip over 650, or you're expecting your bid to try to be here for a higher low at 620, 630. Like this is all we're really watching for is something like this. Or offer then flipping this node here, putting in the lower high, and then dipping down into this liquidity. And this just feels a bit awkward to me. So like when we get the pop over 50s, we'll know that upside's more, the expansion continuation is very likely. But if this 20 to 30 flips here, then it's just going to be a rotation back down to this liquidity below. And then a potential bid steps in again. We should know in 20 seconds what our next move is. Again, offer is trying to move down here into 20 to 30, but still very two-sided, and bid is still in control technically. So, see what happens. So new 15s have opened. You can see what I'm talking about, where this POC here at 30 is above us, right? And the offer here is at 20 on our, sorry, our value low is at 22. We're just watching to see how that offer reacts here. Because if we can't show any interest back above this, then yeah, like, okay, downside's likely short term. But if we start to pop back over 30s after holding here, then I'm feeling much more confident that this bid is willing to continue to maintain, and then we just keep going up. It's too two-sided for me to have a bias. Just watching our reaction here into 20 to 30. Can they make a decision? I appreciate your sacrifice. This has to be like a very clean reoffer here into 20 to 30 if we're gonna go down. We don't want to see any more chop. And watching this 20 to 30 on reoffer, like they've got to hold this here, guys, if we're gonna do this lower high like we have pathed. And then your first target will be 600 and then like 580 if they do it. We don't want to see sell side fail here. What are they doing? 50 seconds till new 15s into our offer here. Get me out, man. New 15s opening now. Opening below POC for our last two candles. 20, 30 still. Just this chop. We are below our node that we drew out. We need to show that it's supportive for anything upside. Bid is trying to step up, but offer is still sitting here. This is not fun. ES looks the best here with the hold of POC, a little divergence compared to NQ. And then there's just no initiative yet on NQ. All we know is that we're on a higher time frame uptrend, right? We have trend up, but that there's a very clearly seller just willing to take in size up here into these highs. The problem is that there's no like secondary move after the passive absorption into highs, which just makes it kind of unplayable. Yes, looks so much more promising than NQ here. So we flipped 2030 just into our offer here into highs. We're hoping that this buyer is willing to hold here again. But again, we got to show interest over this 50 for me to feel confident in this upside. Or we're just going to continue just to passively absorb and go nowhere. ES leading up. Again, that looks by far the best with this much cleaner structure off our previous 15. Russell testing highs. Yeah. Newsbot just not working? Is that what's happening? It's still not touching anything. Our 50 seller is still there. There's no expansion potential until we show any interest over that. It's just someone willing to take in size. Buyer still down here at 600s. need to see something shift for me to really care about this area. Not really trying to play this two-sided action here. It's not even like a good balance. Just gonna have to keep adjusting things as we build. But I mean, this shouldn't change. Like the 50 is very clearly. This is another look below our 20 to 30 again. I don't know, man. Like again, like what we're really watching for is just someone to change and shift the paradigm here a bit. Like we know that there is someone trying here at this 20 to make it offer, but like it's not. And we know what we want to see for the short side. Like we need someone to reject this 50. We need to then see the offer shift here at this 20 to 30 and then rotate us down to go for this liquidity below. But I just am not seeing enough yet to make me feel incredibly confident that this move is going to happen yet. But this is what we want to see for us to have some sort of shift. So this 20 to 30 holding, just like we were talking about before, and then the rotation down. We've got a little bit of absorption that happened into that 40 to 50, and then the offer lowered at 30. So like it has potential, but then we like lose all steam as we come down into these lows. We need to see someone sweep this. I don't know if it's really worth risking that 10 points at 20 to 30 here again. Because like what we're really watching for is what is our reaction into this low. Is this going to be basically just a look for liquidity and then we pop back up and then continue on our merry way? Or are we going to then be able to flip this and get continuation down? I just don't have enough information yet. This is what I think is going to happen. That doesn't mean that I want to play this short. It's just too choppy. And again, like even in what my thinking is like this is just going to be a look for liquidity. We trap and then we pop through and break highs. Even in like my idea. Like this is just consolidation up here. And it's the same thing on ES where we're watching to see like if this value edge can now hold as resistance for a rotation just back down to this POC here at 480. And again, like I'm not really looking to play this. Just watching to see if it happens and if we get the reaction we want. 50 seconds till new 15s. 10 seconds. Like, notice how ES is still just maintaining POCs as supportive, even though this is the worst, slowest grind up that we've ever seen. That makes me just not very confident in this area at all. With the NQ divergence, where like these are holding as our we're closing below POCs on NQ, but ES is still just maintaining it. Just makes it feel very wishy-washy. So we know what we want to see on NQ, and we know we see that weakness. But until that weakness is also represented on ES, like the trade is going to feel like absolute dog water. Our 20 to 30 offer is still maintaining, but I don't know how much we get from this. This would be first PT here off of our 20 to 30 offer based off pathing. We watch for like an actual reaction from buyers as we push down into this 600 to 85-ish. We're watching to see if this is just going to be a trap for sell side liquidity, and then we pop back above, or if this is going to flip and then have to rotate us back down to 550, 560. This is kind of our test here. So again, this is a great first risk off or move your stops down, and then watch to see what our reaction here is into our low of our pathing. It's a big old test. Watch your offer at 600. Need to see a very clear hold above like we have pathed for this to have upside potential. Or it'll be a lower offer, and then again we'll go to that like 550 target. This is our test. Right, we're basically just being like, can we hold this higher low here at our value low, this upside candle, and get back above 600s from this position? Or are we going to need to tag into this liquidity here first before we figure out what we're actually going to do? Again, watch for your offer at 600. You need to show a very clear look above and hold. You're basically looking for price to build between 600, 610, be able to flag here, and then continue up off of this. Because if we don't, then we'll hold this as our sweeper, and then this will be our rotation down for one more leg into that 50. So, like, yes, we held our 76.85 area where we thought we would go from this move. But now we need to see if sellers are willing to step in here and hold this as offer and then rotate us down from it, or if we can then, from this liquidity, now bid and get a secondary buyer to get excited here above 600s for this rotation back through our previous balance. Basically what I'm watching. So bid getting absorbed into 590 so far, 590, 600 holding offer. It feels like we're getting that last leg down into 550, 560 into this liquidity below. But we still need to just show this interest below 75. This is kind of still our level of interest. I'm hoping that ES leads down with our offer holding at 91 to 94. Then we're just rotating back down to 480. And then we figure out what we're going to do. 50 seconds till new 15s. See, we're offering our value low to POC right now, which is just the zone, no change here. Just gonna move this just so you can see what I'm talking about. You're just watching our reaction into 80 to 90 here with absorption occurred. I'm not really interested in anything here. There's potential for a seller to put in one more lower high for a push to 550, 560. But I'm way more interested in what happens into 600, 610 above, personally. Just watch your POC here on previous candle here on NQ. We want to see also like a lower high being put in on ES here from this stacked imbalance we have above. So we're looking for a lower high and an offer to be here. If it's going to go down one more leg. I wish I could just like keep these in front. Price always. All I'm watching for is like what our reaction is into that. Push over here. You'll see a previous candle still holding. Need to get below this 80 and then offer. Sell side's going to push us down to this 550, 560. Or just expect a higher low to try to form here and then a pop into that 600, 610. And then we figure out direction from there. We'll look below our 80, see if they offer it, and then pop that down, or if this can hold. Very two-sided here into this node. We can see how much it's building out. That's why I don't really want to mess with it too much. Like, all we know right now is that on the 15, we're holding our mother bar on the sell side from our previous candle, and we're holding our POC as resistance, and there's no shift yet, right? Now we're looking back below our value low of it. So if sell side wanted to send us down, right, like this is the setup that they need to have follow through on. Still seeing that absorption into 80 to 90. There's no change, but there's also no acceleration as of yet. We need to see like this offer really start to drop and try to accelerate us down, or it's just going to be two-sided here. ES still holding where it needs to. We just went right into that value high of our previous candle to POC. Still holding his offer. That stacked imbalance on footprint still holding at 490. There's been no change. The things that are interesting is that like Russell is still building here. So there's not really any weakness on that front. There's a reason why this was PT for this short side. Is it's just like a very easy area to look for two-sided trading, and then it's like, okay, well, this is a good area to risk off on that short from 20 to 30, and now we wait for a decision to be made. So you don't really want to be like, I mean, I personally, I wouldn't want to be getting chopped for 15 minutes before a decision is made. I don't know about you. All right, so as we push into this 50 to 60, I think this is a great risk off, and we look to see if liquidity will be here or if we flip. To me, this is kind of our pivot to let us know direction for our uptrend. So watch this area, see what happens here, see if a bid steps in and pops us back over 60s from this 50 to 60 area, or if offer flips it and then we continue to rotate down. Again, kind of a big inflection point for me. So we're watching to see if from here we then step back up and then rotate back up to this node, or if this is going to continue downwards. Just move stops down on your short and then look to see if bids step in aggressively here. We need to see the look back over, or again, like offers just slowly shifting us down. If we can now hold this 6-day as offer and then continue rotating, it's a very good sign that we want to retrace a lot of this move on the day. But if bid can step back up, to me, this makes sense for our pivot. Again, this is just our full PT now for downside, personally. Now we just watch to see what happens here. Again, if they flip this, then we can start to rotate back down into these lows. And then it's just a reversion to our VWAP, right? Retracing this move. But kind of a decision point for me. We might need to wait on ES getting down to this 82-80 area for the NQ move to actually happen. But I am curious to see what they do here. 60 off for holding so far. So with that offer at 60, you can try the 50s and then play this down for continuation, using that as your secondary, right? So we're watching this. As long as this is holding, then this pivot can play, and then it's just a reversion to VWAP. If we can look over 60 and then bid, then you have a upside for a retest back into this node. Hopefully, like, these ideas are making sense. Right, like we have an overall understanding of like a downtrend in play. So it's re-offers until proven otherwise. And I'm just marking and labeling areas of potential liquidity that are important on the bid, because we know if they flip back where we're headed, right? Just the upper side of that balance. But as long as that's maintaining, you just to watch these areas on retests for the look down, right? It's the opposite play of the long. We know that we want to flip this as an inflection and then hold this and then play this as our risk on the look above. And on the look above here, and then the look back below, this then becomes our risk on our pivot for a potential continuation of our downside. It's the same just like we did up here, right? The look above, fail. This then becomes your risk, and then you play it down. This becomes your risk, and then you play it down. Not me to move that. So this is first target here on ES after our hold of our 91 to 94, like we talked about. If ES can flip this pivot, just like we did with our 550, 560, then we should be able to continue downward. We can see that's also setting up. We can see like the price actually respecting that off of our zone. where our POC on this candle is at 480 and our value high is at 482.50, which are our 2 points that we have labeled. So we're watching to see if this also flips as an inflection or this continuation down, just like we saw at this 550, 560. So we'll watch for a reoffer here and see if a similar setup occurs where this now holds the flip and then we continue our rotation down. And then of course, like first target would be this 74 area, and then secondary would be into our value low and PVZ POC from that period. It doesn't hold here as an inflection. So we're just watching to see if this is a recovery on a look above, look below and fail, and then a rotation up. Same thing that we were looking for on NQ at the 550, 560, or if this will just be a reoffer point and then a continuation down off of our first rejection, right? Like, are we going to be able to fail this balance low hold and then rotate back down, or is this going to recover and then rotate back through? Not enough information yet. Yeah. Short-term pivot. Yeah, watch your 50 to 60 here, see if we flip it or if offer holds and then we continue downward. Same thing on ES, you need to see that look back below 80s for the short. Okay, so immediate 10 points off of our 50 hold. But I have still potential for a higher low here, so just keep that in mind. Need to see a continuation now, follow through below 40. Offer sitting at 50 still, stepping up at 60. This area is just incredibly important short term. I feel like if we flip back over 50, 60 and there's a bid, then it's just a rotation back up to like 590, 595. Yeah, it was really pretty clear that I was right when news flashed and we didn't hear anything.
Arnie, when
There we
asked
go.
whether Canada and US can strike a new economic and security deal this autumn, says we'll see.
All right, so a little bit of a flip above. Let's see if they can bid and hold, or if we trap. Again, need to look back below 50s for the short side to be viable, or the long is now going to be in play with 50 to 60 as your risk. Excuse me. Can't believe you're playing Helldivers again, man. The game, does it feel good?
Carney says it is possible to have a deal with the US that applies to strategic sectors before the USMCA review officially begins.
Does it my again, I like my issue always with Helldivers is like it's fun for like a week and then it's you realize that you're doing the same thing over and over again. And if you're not like RPing with the game master, like we gotta take this planet or we lose, right? Like it doesn't have a lot of substance to it if you're not like willing to RP. But that being said, like I hope you have a good, fun, like 2 weeks of grind. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that completely makes sense. I mean, that's when we were having fun. It's like, okay, we got to do this thing. This objective matters. Yeah, it was super stressful. Look back below our 50 to 60. This is now offer again off of a failure. Watch ES into 480. If that flips offer, then you're going to be playing with off of 80 to 82 as your retest. Watching this look below. Need to see a bit more in ES here below 80 for this to feel like good whatsoever. Just tagged into 80s. No like real look. Just watching to see if we can get this lower high, trapping this buyer on both NQ and ES for a continuation down. Nice. And just back to our bid here, 520. Need to show interest below. He's showing pretty heavily at 525. We get this secondary leg, then should be a rotation just to this liquidity here, 500 and then 480. Need to show interest below this 520, 530 though. As soon as we flip it, we're good to go. Until then, it's balance here. Let me clean up our ES chart. Just make a box here instead of this nonsense. Again, not a ton here until we flip below 20 to 30 and offer it. Until then, just kind of like crappy balance while we try to digest and hold below this 550, 560. If we can flip this 520, 530, again, I think we'll probably push down into 480 as our like larger target, but we've got some work to do here. This bid's got to step out of the way. Again, like pretty clear at 525. $30 till new 15s. Oof.
Carney says that he's going to travel to Berlin next week to grow economic relations.
In Berlin. Okay. I think this is a
Carney says that he and Trump see an opportunity to build on where a relationship already is, and the foundation is strong.
I think this is a really good example of a shift on footprint that we were able to witness to give like our perspective. So I want to show that because I think it's interesting. And like how I'm coming up with these pivots. Because it's not random. And yes, sometimes we get stopped out, right, on these pivots, but it's just like the look back through if there's no actual change. So let me show that real quick. Full rotation here from our hold at 20 to 30 back to our 50 to 60. See if we can step back above or if this holds a lower high, keeping these guys off sides. So we're watching to see if like we get a lower offer here, right? Keep maintaining these guys off sides. Just a balance play, right? And then from this, we want to then see if this offer then rotates below or if we can take these guys out and then bid this. Again, we know how to play balance. So if we're going to go up, we want to see them take these guys out and then maintain this 50 to 60 as supportive. If we're going to go down, we want to see sellers here with size and with a decent amount of speed, ideally, to then push us back down and then take out these lows and then offer this. That's the only way we get change here. Is like if these guys remain off sides and we put in a lower high, very clearly showing that the seller is still willing to trade at this tail of our distribution here. Or we expect that because the bid showed again here at this 20 to 30 from a full rotation back down through, that sell side doesn't really have any more steam left in it from our hold here. And then we should be looking for a higher low and then a take out of these highs and a pop back above, giving us a long to play. So just watching to see what our interaction here is. Like if this seller can't hold the lower high here, I'd fully expect that this bid is then able to hold and recover, and then we're able to rotate up off of it. Note where POC is on this low and how dramatically different that is compared to this entire sell side like down, right? So this is kind of our point of interest where we're either going to see the first our first signs of a right side of the V, right, with POC and value low down here. So like we need to see a very clear shift below this for me to feel confident in a potential short continuation. Or I just expect this to be where the bid is resting and we're willing to take. So I'm really keeping an eye on this area, and we really want to see if this seller is going to flip to our buyer, and then we can play this as our risk off of this POC shift at our lows.
Good morning, Jackson Hole enjoyers.
Yo.
What is up?
Okay, let me show what I was looking at on footprint for this downsize, or downtrend. And why this area makes sense, this 20 to 30. Screenshot. Okay.
Carney says we're not raising tariffs on US steel and aluminium today.
All right, what do we see? What's our shift that occurs here compared to this crappy nonsense that we were seeing earlier in the day when we were talking about this balance and how it's not very tradable? What's the shift that occurred into these highs that's important at this 30 to 4 this 30 to 40, really to 50, but you know what I mean? What do we see happen here? Failure to take out our wick highs, right? So a lower high, slight lower high, absorption, and then offer stepping down into our 30, starting to lead to this shift and then breakdown. Our offer then stepping down at our 600, and then buyers being absorbed on retest. And then we can see that absorption is continuing to maintain here at our 590. This was our main pivot. And then we see this absorption continuing to happen. So buyers being absorbed and then maintaining lower highs, that offer stepping down. Then we're rotating down into this liquidity here at this 520, 530. So as soon as we see these trap buyers at our highs and this failure to take out that established high, right, where we basically double topped, we then see that offer start to show interest down outside of what we can consider a balance, right? Like this is a very clear balance here that we were trading in. And as soon as we start to see this move, then it's like, okay, yeah, we have to have kind of a downside perspective in mind because now we have this offer, reoffer, and then this rotation down. And then we see them step in again. And then it's just rotating down into this liquidity here. And like this is now our target. And until we flip it, it's kind of has to be your short-term pivot. And now we're just waiting to see what happens here into this 60. And 60 is our main level where these sellers were last, right? This is where our tail was. We were watching to see if this was going to be our inflection or not. So this 50 to 60, incredibly important short term, because it will allow us, if we flip it, to come back up to this buyer here at 590, 600, where we absorbed last. So I'm basically just watching this as our short-term inflection where we either are going to show a very clear interest and look below and then reoffer below this 20 to 30, or we maintain here and then we step back over the 60 and then rotate back up to this 590.
Carney says that the USMCA trade deal is in a very different trade environment and is going to look different.
And it's going to look different.
And Trump and I are going to follow up on trade talk progress shortly.
Right? So like that's the idea right now of like, are we going to be able to flip and then do this rotation back up to 90s off of the flip of 550, 560? Or is that going to hold our offer and then are we going to be able to step back below 20 to 30? And if we are able to step down below 20 to 30, then downtrend continues, right? This is a super important area. And right now we have a seller who's just moving the offer down and absorbing.
Trump the Canadian move on lifting tariffs would kickstart negotiations.
So still holding our offer, no change. Need to see this step over 60s and then we can play this if it's going to go up. Remember, like this high has not been taken. Just a rotation of this balance here at 555 to 530. Things to keep in mind, ES back above this 82. So there's that same interest here as well, where we're watching to see if this high can be taken. See how we're still holding, and then we want to be looking to see if we can play off of this risk here, 80 to 82, or upside. And then it would just be a rotation back up to 490. So we're just watching our pivot. And again, like if we can flip 20s, then 480 seems very likely. But if we can flip 60s, then 90 seems very likely.
Big Tesla test here. No, it's really not. Move it with the indices, but it is interesting.
And then again, like the reason why if we flip this 520, we're looking for 480 is that that's like our last level before just a full retrace of this new scandal, in my opinion. So this is super important. This like 480 to 520 area is kind of like your last ledge before it's just like, oh, okay, there's nothing here. Right? We've got a little bit of liquidity here, and then it's just like nothing, no structure. So that's kind of it for me. It's like if we can't get over this 550, 560, then the offer flipping 520, 530 makes sense for rotation to 480. But if we can build here, right, with these higher lows, and we're showing no interest down at these edges, and we're showing interest above this 60 and then bid, like upside feels good. But until then, it's just like balance in between these two pivots while we wait. Later, Vark. 50 seconds till new 15s. Took off my first risk here from 50 to 60 edge just because the new 15 is about to open and I don't know what our reaction is going to be. But I'd like to see just like a retest of 50-60 offer and then rotation through if we're going to go down. But I want to be aware that we're still maintaining above POC here, so I want to make sure I'm taking off a little risk for at least 10 points. Just so the trade's free if I do get stopped out back over 60.
Like a perfect 10-point liquidity pocket on ES with the bid at 75 and the offer at 85.
Later, Tom.
Enjoy your weekend.
Lower high holding so far at our 50. Need to break this low though, below 40s for full rotation. Yes, flat, no change. Russell flat, no change. Again, took off my first risk into 40 there, off of 50. I'd like to see a second PT and just full balance rotation to 30s, but if they continue to bid here and maintain at 40s and we look over 60s,
Just
like,
keep an eye on the video
side's
for
kinda
Trump, who's
scuffed.
due to make an announcement from the Oval Office. The video is just got cameramen standing outside the Oval Office at the moment.
Not much here if we can't.
Probably, I'd give it probably about maybe 30 minutes, maybe. So around at the top of the hour, we get the US Baker's oil rig count prior 412, total rig count prior 539.
Just scaled out a little bit more here as we push down into 30s. Again, if we can flip 20 to 30 as offer, then we get more down, but until then, just bottom of range here. into our low. See if we flip or if this holds.
ES still has a decent pocket at 75, but a lot just backfilled into 72 3/4.
Yeah, it's still my target. 74, 75 area. Nice liquidity down there, all the way to like 71, honestly, in the footprint. Again, I think you should be risked off like 2/3 of your position at this point into our low. If we can flip the pivot, then you can always add back, but
5 minutes ago, did we get the Baker Hughes data? Baker Hughes total rig count prior 539, oil rig count prior 412.
we'll look below, see if it can sustain, or if they just bid it. Just a little wick into 20s and immediate liquidity found. Testing again now. Okay, there's a little bit more of an aggressive sweep through. See if we can hold that 20 to 30 as offer. This rotation down should get a little bit of an inflection, right? A little bounce here. Then we watch to see if we can reoffer and hold, or if the sell side fails to shift. We're here in our pathing. So this is 10 points so far from 520. I'd like to see 500s at least. And then, of course, like 480. But keep that in mind that we've already been able to secure another 10 off this flip. And again, this is ES into target here from our short from 491 to 494. And then our flip of our pivot. So this 74 to me is pretty important. If we show interest below this pocket, I think you need to see the offer flip and then hold below 72 for more down.
Surely expecting the Baker Hughes data.
New 15s, 10 seconds, should get a decision. Either flip back below 20s and then offer off of this look above, or this will flip supportive again and then we'll retrade this balance. Again, ES got our bounce at 74s, so we're watching for that to find a lower high and then hopefully lead to continuation down. If not, then this has a lot of potential to reverse. These guys trap below short term. Again, like we really want this 20 to be offer for real moves. See what they do here. I just got stopped on my runner there on the look above, so I'm just waiting to either get back in or we'll play this rotation back through. This trade I don't think is
Baker
invalidated
Hughes
though.
US rig count 538 538.
I don't know why I can't copy this. But I'm just looking for this again if we flip back through.
That was total rigs.
Total rigs.
So just watching for weakness on ES into our pivot here off of the full rotation. If we don't get it, then there's nothing here. For sellers, sorry. Just another balance rotation off of a failure below our low
Baker
at
Hughes
20s.
US oil rig count 411 411.
So I usually have a buy limit on my stop so that I can play these rotations, but I didn't for this move. So I just have to wait for a decision to be made here. So usually when I'm playing off of a pivot with runners, like I will play the short at 20s and then my stop will be at just a little bit above 30s, but I will have more limits on the buy side than I have on total sell contracts, so that when I get stopped out, I'll immediately flip the bid so that I can play the rotation up. I didn't do it on this attempt. That's just like a kind of a blunder on my part, but it's okay because it's just going to be another balance rotation. Either this 20 to 30 now holds as supportive on retest, or we'll flip it and then I'll just play it short again. It doesn't really bother me. Not mad about getting stopped on a runner.
ES bid is trying to step here, see if we can actually get a nice take through 85, or at least into 85. A lot night's the same. Oh, he's not on voice.
Question bothers me, man. Like,
Yeah.
like 95 rants about compounding, and you're asking if we're scaling lots.
Yeah. I literally a couple weeks ago did like a full like hour-and-a-half class on like keeping size consistent and like changing your time and trade.
All right, buyers, do you have the juice? Or no?
Trump has now started his press conference, and the video is on the feed for those interested.
Oh, brother.
Here we go.
All right, so this is our test, boys. It's the same as before. The look above 60s needs to be able to sustain above this 50 to 60 if we're going to go up, and then we can trade to 90. If this pushes back
Looks like
below
he's speaking
50,
about the World
then
Cup at the moment,
the offer
but
will
he might
then
do
flip,
questions after.
and then we do the rotation down again. All we're watching for are failures at our edges, right? We just failed at our lows to hold below. We're now watching to see if we fail at our highs, or if this is going to be able to sustain above. The same thing over and over again. It's just like either balance will persist and our edges will fail, right? And we'll rotate back through, or our edges will hold and then we will then be able to expand.
Trump says the stock market went up almost 1,000 points 10 minutes ago.
Oh boy.
I love it. $1,000,000 points.
I just risked off one there. Holy, right to target.
Apple explores using Google Gemini as AI to power revamped Siri. Apple also considering using Anthropic and OpenAI for their new Siri. Google has begun training models that could run on Apple servers, and Apple in early Google talks about a custom AI model. Furthermore, Apple hasn't ruled out sticking with its own AI models for Siri.
$15 ES. Do you not listen to like anything I ever say?
Alphabet shares spike as much as 3.8%.
So again, took
Apple
off
shares
risk
up
into
more than
our
1.5%.
90. There's not much here until we can flip this. It's just a target, boys. So we need to flip over this 80 to 90 for anything more. We know the liquidity is resting there. We already knew that that was supply. We need to flip over it, show interest over 600s really for anything serious. But 90 is your first real test. That's our edge. Where we saw absorption last, where we played the short down. So see what they can do. Still building above this 50 to 60. It looks okay, but very clear sellers still sitting into that 90. All right, taking off a little bit more here into 80, just in case they put in a lower high, and then leaving runners from our 50 to 60.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation.
POC attempting to shift here in Q. No change on ES yet. Understand that new 15s have opened, and we are building above POC of previous candles on both ES and NQ. So it looks okay still. But I just want to be a little risked off, seeing as we're not showing any interest yet above. If we can flip over that 9600, then the bid feels pretty likely to then rotate up that that previous balance. right? Up to like 620.
$16 counterparties take $36.275 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Be right back.
According to sources, Google has started a training model that could run on Apple's servers. So Trump just answering questions now.
Again, we know that this 90 is where the offer was sitting last, and we know that yes is coming up into our offer here as well. It's a little stacked imbalance in POC from our sell side candle here at 89. So really 90 on both ES and NQ. Need to show interest above. I'm just in runner now, seeing if we can get this last rotation up off of the flip of our 590-600 on NQ. Get over this guy and then rotate up to 620-630. Or if this is going to fail here. I'm unsure. Need to see a bit more on ES for me to have a bit of confidence, but so far a really nice rotation from 60s to 90s off of our flip. Offer sitting at 600 on NQ. I'm just gonna take off one more and then just leave a runner. That feels pretty good to me. Hopefully you guys remember like this being our big pivot where we looked for that short here, the failure to get over POC to value high of this candle. And then this was the rotation down. And then all we did was come down into this liquidity pocket at this 520, right? Recovered it, and then we've been able to rotate back up, but downtrend still hasn't been broken. But I think that if we can show any interest over this that's sustainable, right, over 90s, we should be able to ideally rotate this range up to the 620, and I want to be positioned for it just in case. But let's say that this flips back below 80s and then offers, then it's just going to be back into this balance here between 50 and 90. So just keeping an eye on that to see if we can hold. If you need like a better reference, again, like I posted the footprint of my idea just a little bit above in chat here. Remember, this is what we went over. If we failed to look below and hold this 20, then we would recover this and then
Intel
rotate
planned
up.
timing described by people familiar with the matter that talks had revolved around converting CHIPS Act grants to a stake.
So now we're here. This is our target, right? 590, 600. We're watching to see if we can get through this guy who got absorbed. And if we can, then we should be able to then do this upper rotation into these highs. But if we fail here, right, it'll be a look above, and then we'll look for this look back through, and then a rotation back down.
So just to reiterate, Trump poised to unveil Intel deal for equity stake on Friday, according to people familiar with the matter. Intel shares extended advance to touch fresh session highs. Alphabet shares up 3.4% after report Apple and talks to use Google's Gemini AI to revamp Siri's voice assistant.
Offer sitting at 615 on NQ. I mean, this is basically your full reversion trade. Kind of now determines if we get more or if this is going to just kind of like maintain downtrend, or if we can flip and then rotate back up highs. It's like 15 to 30 is just, there's a lot of potential here for sellers to be positioned. Just need to see how we interact here. We can hold on recovery of like our upper balance, or if this is going to fail and it's just going to be like, hey, we don't care about trading back up into this upper structure at all. And again, like if you're looking at that footprint, like this is that upper structure. Like if there's no interest to get back into this and show interest here at this low and then bid back through, okay, and there's not a ton to really play. So we're really just watching to see if like this 59600 can now maintain. Ideally, we're gonna keep going. Remember, like our POC shift is on NQ is at 630, and it rotated down on the flip of our 80 to 90. So like in an ideal world, off of this flip, we then rotate up to at least the developing, which is again our target as PT. And then like if this can then go supportive, and then we can look for these upper rotations. But this is like your reversion area where we've pushed too far away from value, and now we're just rotating back up to retest. One minute until the 15s. I'm
Trump says
flat
Putin
here.
will be coming depending on what happens.
I'll watch to see our flip of 20 to 30 for more. I might miss out on 10 points here. It's not a big deal to me. So if you're willing to just kind of like move your risk up or move your stops up, understandable. But I'm just going to close. and then I'll look to reposition once we show interest above.
Trump says, I'm not happy about the strike on the Russian pipeline. Trump says, I'm not happy about what's happening in Russia-Ukraine talks. Trump says, over the next 2 weeks, we will find out which way to go. Trump on Canada removing retaliatory tariffs on the US thought that was nice. Trump says we'll have a call with Prime Minister Carney soon. Trump says we want to be good to Canada. Trump says, I'm working on something with Canada. I like Carney a lot. Trump said, I had good talks with Carney yesterday.
All right, traded right into our offer here again into 91 to 94 on ES into our top edge. Watching to see if we can now hold and find a bid here at 90. Very important that we see this shift and kind of try to build out a flag here if we're gonna keep going and then get over this 94. Or we'll put in a lower high, trapping the liquidity that was here, and then offering this 91 and then rotating down through this range here again. Waiting to see which interaction happens here. Again, yes, like basically tagged into our 20. If we flip the 20 to 30, I'll be interested again. Still holding where we need to, which is our value high here at our 600. Our value high of our previous candle. POC is resting at 590, so you're just looking to see if like 90 to 600 can hold bid for a flag on NQ, ideally. As long as this is able to hold that higher low and then get over 620, 630, the upside feels pretty likely. But understand, like, we do have a seller positioned here at 620, 630 taking in size. So that flip needs to occur for that expansion potential. To rotate our upper balance from this morning. Until then, just kind of stuck here for a little bit. But the bid is very clearly below us and supportive as of right
Trump
now.
says we'll give Putin a couple of weeks.
Just to give you like a footprint update of what I'm seeing. Right, like we've got a bid here now that's very clearly stepped over this 90 and is now trying to be supportive. But we have to be aware of this guy who's up here into this this 20 to 30 where the sell occurred. And we know that this was our
Trump says
primary
going
absorption
one way or the other on Russia issue in 2 weeks.
or our flip down. And now I'm just expecting like our offer to be positioned here into this wick high to this secondary seller that stepped in at 30. So that's at the 20 to 30 level that I was talking about. If we can sustain here above these guys, just seems like an obvious rotation up. But if this fails, right, then we have to look for this rotation back through. Which is again why I risked off and I'm now just waiting. Oh, I just saw I got tagged in. Or did you want to reply to this, or do you want me to?
Oh, I saw that yesterday too, and I did nothing. I will look at it.
I didn't trade yesterday, so I'll watch his footage. Bro's got the widest dom I've ever seen.
Trump
Heard
says
that
we'll extend
before.
national emergency in DC if needed. Furthermore, Trump says if I declare national emergency, the troops could stay. Trump says, I don't think I'll have to declare a national emergency. Trump says the decision on Russia will be important, whether sanctions or tariffs or nothing.
I mean, I think his stop is good so far. Where does he shift it? I like his stop location right now. What's this video? Oh, it's 4 minutes. Jesus.
Trump says may decide on sanctions for Russia in 2 weeks if needed.
You can see he probably gets stopped here. Let me look. Yeah, he got taken. That makes sense. That was a good re-add. Oh wait, no, he flipped along there. Interesting.
Trump on the war in Ukraine says we'll see whose fault it is.
Whose fault it is? What?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I think it's pretty clear. I mean, I think his stops are good, man. I mean, it's just balance. Honestly, he played both sides pretty well.
I'm still getting through this. I wish it was here. Well, I was working with him last weekend on a trade, whereas kind of a similar thing where he felt bad because he gave up like 10 NQ points, but it was in like 0.2 seconds, and he like moved perfectly into the liquidity, and it's like this is just what happens when you trade volatile in Q.
Trump says considering Intel deal for 10% equity stake. Trump says the US should be given a 10% stake in Intel. Trump says Intel has been left behind.
And that's my response. Yeah, he flips long like really, really nicely. I mean, it's just balance, right? So as soon as we get back through, he bids back over that offer and then rotate it up. But like without the look over those highs in the high taken, like there's no explanation for us to look higher yet. So it's like either you just risk off full into that edge high, or you keep your stop break even and you're looking for that expansion and you just like let it either go fully back on you or not, right? If you're gonna move up your stop, in my opinion, to something that's that high, you might as well just exit and then re-enter on the flip.
Trump says Intel has had some bad management
I
over the
don't know.
years.
Personally, like moving the stop to the mid just like feels like yeah, I don't know.
Trump says
Yeah.
Intel said yes to 10% stake.
Like either you're looking for expansion and you're willing for it to fully rotate on you,
Trump says Intel has agreed to do a deal with us.
or you just take profit on your edges because you know you're in balance.
Trump says, I think it's a great deal.
I don't know. That's personally how I look at it. Just because like you already know what your risk reward is.
Trump
and
says
it's like
we will do more deals like that.
So like might as well. And so it's like what I always say. It's like when they're offering you 20 points, take the 20 points.
According to the Wall Street Journal, the government won't be on the Intel board or play a major role in governance.
But he caught the flip very nice, like very fast. That's very good. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, what can I do better? And it's like, well, nothing really. Like you knew that you were in balance. You played the flip well. It's just like a greedy look, right? Like that's and I don't mean greedy in like a bad way, but it's like you know that there's a lot of potential for you to be stopped here. And either like we break out or we don't, and you took profit and with your first contract into the high, and now it's like, okay, well,
Trump says we'll give opening
nothing's
to do
changed.
business if no security issue.
I don't know. I get stopped out on runners and in balance all the time because I'm looking for it, but like I'm fully aware that the potential for me to get stopped out is there. but I stay in that runner because I know that if I don't, that there's a strong chance that I'll FOMO in at our edge high before we get the retest, and then the likelihood of me losing money is much higher. So I'd rather give back unsecured gains than take a bad entry at the top of our edge and then actually secure
Intel shares
losses.
extend gain to as much as 6.6%.
Hopefully that makes sense. Because again, like I usually am always risk off at least one, so the trade will be slightly profit or at worst break even if it does fully rotate back on me. But at least I'm positioned correctly for a larger view. And I'm feeling pretty good about my exit. I didn't want to be positioned like this for 30 minutes. Just waiting for us to either get over this 20 to 30 or
So we have
rotate
put out
back
that
down.
article from the Wall Street Journal about the Trump administration taking a stake in Intel. It's on the feed for those interested.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like it doesn't look bad. It just looks like what we thought was going to happen, which is our offer is still here. Like, imagine that. But we're still in a nice uptrend. Just need to see if this guy at 610 is going to get punished. The seller at 610.
Trump says Powell should have cut the rate a year ago. Trump on Fed Powell, it's too late. And that concludes Trump's comments at the White House.
$30 till new 15s. Still just rejecting our 620, 630 like we thought it would. No real change in anything, right? It's just this upper rotation between 20 and 590. A higher low would be cool if we could continue to bid at 600s for a buyer confidence. But nothing that I'm willing to take after closing into 620. Nothing yet for me. New 15s again opening now, so maybe we get what we want. Just hold at
Checking my hour
600s,
as
push
well.
over, yeah. Like ideally, right? Like the 600 bid holds, and then we flip 620, 630, showing interest above, and we don't just do a lower offer here. Because if we do, then it's going to be rotation down into that 580. Would be my guess. Right? Like if these guys remain off sides, then we put in a lower high here, and it'd be one more leg down. We want to see the 600 really sustain, and then show interest above for upside. Or we'll just do the full balance rotation, filling that LVN below. So this is our test, right? This is where we should see if we're gonna get a lower high or not. Just like we just talked about. 600 bounce, bid now. Trying to push up, offer at this 15 to 20, watching to see if we can push these highs or if this is gonna be our first lower high. Same thing NES. All right, following our pathing, no change. Just rotating down. Move your stops down, but following downside pathing on both NQ and ES for the lower high. Should see some profit taking as we start to look down into 90s. I don't know if we get to 90 exactly, so it's a great idea to take some risk off. If we can flip 80 to 90, then of course we get more downside, probably down to 60, but we need to see this flip below
According
this
to
fire.
YouGov, the UK longer-term inflation expectations fell to 3.9% from 4.2% to their level in February.
All right, I switched to this new service, this app called Robo Killer, and
Robo, what does it do?
I haven't gotten a single spam call since I switched.
Oh. Is it like a subscription fee?
Eventually, but there's a like a 14-day trial.
Okay.
And I'm in that right now, and I haven't received a single spam call since I started it.
Interesting.
But it's like $4.99 like a month or something. It's super cheap.
I might have to give that a go.
Yeah.
I like miss important calls now. Speak of the
Barclays
devil,
sees
someone's
Fed rate
calling me
cuts
right
from
now.
September,
Suspected
previously
spam.
December.
So these are all of the spam calls that it's blocked so far for me today. I mean, it's insane how much spam I'm getting right now. Like it's absurd.
Mine like always keep coming from the same numbers as well, it seems.
This is just from today of the calls that it's blocked.
Holy.
Wait, that's not even all from today. Insane. Yeah, honestly. Well, it's nice because I wish I could just like filter an entire area code, because all of them come from my local area code, but my local area code is in Georgia. I don't live in Georgia, so I just immediately know that it's spam. Except for that one random Miami call. That was Rory. I was ignoring him. I don't know. My number has clearly been like leaked in a database, though. I don't know what happened, but
So
it's obnoxious.
when I was like car shopping and there was like a dealership that I kind of started to ignore because I really didn't like them, that's when I started getting crazy spam calls.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's a coincidence, but
probably
I'm like,
not.
I bet these guys sold my number. Like,
Yeah.
or like, I even think like how many like rewards programs I'm part of on my phone number, and like one of those shady tiny stores is definitely just like selling the numbers.
Yep. Let's do a live review of it. I totally missed that top part of your comment, Serve. Yeah. I mean, I mean, he played it well. I don't know. There's not really much to talk about. It's just, again, it's like either you take profit into your edge highs or you run the risk of it fully rotating back on you, you know? That's really it. But he caught that reversal. The most impressive thing to me is him flipping after getting stopped at the low and then playing that rotation up, recognizing that it's going to continue. That was good. I don't know. I'm not very good at like holding positions for outside of balances. It doesn't really make sense
The White
to me.
House expected to announce equity deal with Intel later on Friday.
Like you can even see by like the trades that I post in chat. Like I'm taking profit all the way up. I can't be bothered. Like I'll hold a runner for a potential expansion and then try to add to it, but like I'm gonna be taking profit into our edges because it's like it's known, right? Like why am I? As soon as I start to like think about anything that's higher, I just run the risk of giving it all back. And to me, it's just that doesn't make any sense. When I know that there's a proven system where if I like just trade edge to edge inside balance that I make money, like why why stop doing the thing that is making me money? But there's probably something there where it's like, well, there's more factors that you can account for, you know, some I don't know. Playing zone to zone has never failed me. Like I could be still in this position from 560 and I'd still be profitable. But do I want to be like stressed waiting for this range to play out and giving back, maybe potentially sitting in this trade for you know, an hour and a half for it to come all the way back on me. Like, I don't know, man. Like, maybe it's worth if we hold a higher low and then we keep going up, but I can just like save mental capital, wait for this range to resolve, right? And then just play the pivot break.
So CNBC saying Intel CEO will meet with Trump at the White House.
I just don't think I have the personality for that. Some people are really good at just like staying in a position for forever and being like,
So there'll
okay,
be ongoing discussions. So Intel to meet with Trump CEO for ongoing discussions.
like this is the low. I'm now gonna hold this for a week and stay in this position.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like what?
So CNBC citing White House official.
Is anyone playing this reoffer that we have pathed or no? I'm just curious. Okay, nice. Crazy how dead YouTube chat is today. Not a single person talking. I don't know if my chat's just glitched or if that's real. Usually we have a couple people
Real
talking.
life.
Oh yeah, it is. It's just dead. Some lurkers today.
Chat.
Oh, there you go. Now everyone wants to talk. Hello, hello.
Right as ES tests back into 85. People getting excited.
So many lurkers today. Jesus. Tough day. Yeah. Just slow, man. Just slow. All right, looks like we're getting our full rotation. That's big. All right, this is our pushback to POC here at 590 on NQ. This is target. If we flip 580, 590, then you can potentially get more, but we need to see like a very clear reoffer, or you just expect the bid to be here. Same thing on ES into this like I don't know, 84, 82. Just expect like a little bit of a bid. Just makes sense. What happens from here is anyone's guess. We would have to show interest over 610, I think, for upside potential, or we expect our offer to be sitting there. A lot of selling delta at that 610. I'm just gonna mark it just so that you have that as a reference. Yeah, that's rough sauce. Jeez. So you're at Rivian now? Did I read that correctly? That's cool. I had a few friends who worked at Rivian for a while in the car design department. I don't think they work there anymore. They went to another EV startup. It's a good company though. Where we take that yellow line below, I'm in work, so I'm asking there. So what we need to see is a flip of this, just like we saw here. We need to see like a very clear flip below this and then offer. Or the potential to trap below is pretty high, and then we rotate back up, right? So it's just the bottom of balance. So this is where you should be risking off until proven otherwise. And then we watch to see what happens here. There's really not much to talk about because we don't know. All we see is a curling over from our previous offer, right? All we did was sell where we sold last and then rotate down. So now we're watching to see if this is going to flip or not. If it does flip, then we'll play it down to 560 off of this flip. And probably break these lows would be my guess, actually. So like your range rotation here is if this buyer can't sustain, which I think they can. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think that we can sustain here. But if they fail, right, it'll be a range rotation where we'll watch for something like this, with then these guys trapped outside of this range, right? And then we rotate through here. But I think that this bid is okay. I mean, we'll see. We need to get back over 600s, but there's a lot of potential for the bid to be present here. Just gonna wait and see. This is your full risk off, right? So now you just need to either like move your stop down if you refuse to take profit here, just so that you don't give it all back on a rotations back up, or you're now looking to see what our interaction is going to be, because the bid can easily be present here, right? This is our pivot, 590, 580. We expect a buyer to be present. We just don't know how much of a bid is going to be given, right? What you can look for is this LVN right here as where a lower high could potentially be put in. So if we can't get over like 600, for example, right, where this LVN is, that would be a good sign that sell side's in control and that we'll be looking for this movement to the downside. If we can show interest over the 600, then we are more than likely to rotate back up to at least this seller here at this 610, 615. And then we wait for a decision. So just watch to see how we fill this LVN. If sell side is willing to maintain this, then that look down and then that flip feels pretty likely. But if the bid is able to just kind of sustain here and sellers can't push us below, that'll be a good sign that this buyer is still willing to participate and that we then can just rotate back up. And like, do you see, like this is where we would expect that reoffer to be into this POC to value high if it was going to be. Do you see why we want to flip this on our drawing, right, on our pathing? Because like this is where you'd expect that offer to be sitting if it was going to be anywhere. Note like where POC is, right? It's at this 590 on this candle so far, and that's where we were expecting this bid to be off of this curl over. So we've got our POC at the low still. So there's very clearly someone still willing to participate down here. And we need to see these flip as resistance for me to think that that downside has potential to carry through, right? These need to become resistance, or this is just where that bid sits, which again was totally expected. All right, I'm gonna delete our pathing here just because it's getting a little messy now that this is played. Three minutes, 2.5 minutes really, until new 15s. Probably get a decision into that. So far, nice bounce at 90s, but not much else. Just 15 points given. Just back up to this POC, previous candle, offer holding.
Minute here till new half hours.
Good news for my lurkers in YouTube chat. Starting at the next month, we're gonna be giving away Tradeify accounts like almost every day. in on stream. Something to look forward to.
NYMEX diesel September futures settle at around $2.30 a gallon.
So if you haven't tried Tradeify, you know, have an
NYMEX natural
opportunity.
gas September futures settle at around $2.69.
Should be giving away like at least like basically like 150K account a day for the entire month.
NYMEX WTI crude October futures settle at $63.66 a barrel, at 14 cents or 0.22%.
Nothing really to say here on this new 15.
NYMEX gasoline September futures
just
settle at
holding our
around
low.
$2.15 a gallon.
Just coming back up into our POC to value high of this candle where we're watching the offer. Need to flip this, but again, like 590 still holding. Just watch to see if we hold this lower high here into this, or if we can look above and bid. Offer at the 610. Solid trade regardless. Good job, Sauce. So you're just watching right now from this low. First of all, this is a great first risk off from 590 if you longed at our balance low. We're now watching to see if this seller here at 605 to like 613 can maintain a lower high. And if they are going to push us down from here and then rotate us below, or if this can flip bid. So this is where we expect our offer to be sitting. We need to flip this and then show interest above. I don't think that there's a great opportunity for longs here other than playing our low, right, off of our 80 to 90. You kind of just have to wait to see if we can build acceptance back above our daily POC that's sitting again at this like 12, 13 area. Need to show interest above and then pop that 20 to 30. This is a great first risk off into this pivot here to see if we're going to flip POC or not. If you are playing off of 90. Well, I'll sweep through, see if it can sustain. Yeah, well, they have like multiple types of accounts, so we'll be giving away growth and the regular, both of them.
I believe we still have an hour and a half left. This afternoon feels kind of sloggy to me.
Yeah, definitely slowed down a bit. That is for sure. Russell leading us down here. Yes, just rejecting daily POC and Q so far. Just rejecting daily post POC, no change. Just watching. There's not a lot of information to play off of. We're in the middle of our range. The most bearish response here would be off of this look above to now hold this 605, 613 as offer on look below if we were going to go down. So just keep that in mind. That's something you can look for. Right, just this failure and then rotation. So you can look to see if this will play, but it's so slow. It's a bit hard. So it's more of like a set it and forget it. Either you get stopped or you don't there. Until we see someone sweep and then we can play through that. I'd much rather just like play our edges than trying to do anything here in the middle, but we understand where we are, which is just rejection of POCs so far. So 590 should be your first risk off. You are doing that lower high off of 605. And then if we can flip 80s, then you can look for a continuation move. But regardless, a good first risk off. And Doing all right, man. How about you? Yeah, it looks like a beautiful day outside. I'm pretty close to you. Probably head out after I walk the dog. It's been so rainy in Ohio. Last, like, I don't know, few days. Nice to see the sun again. I don't know if it's the same in Jersey. Mm, I don't know. I like warmer weather, but it has to be like not too hot. Like I'd never move to a place like Florida. It's too hot. Like I don't mind colder weather. I really don't. You can only take off so many clothes in heat, you know?
That's why I loved like the mountains of Colorado because it's
Yeah.
actually the same as like North Carolina, but the elevation. So like the winters are always like 30 degrees. Like it does get a little cold, but most of the time it's just 30, and then the summer it's like 60.
Yeah,
Like in
it's
the valley
perfect.
it gets nasty, but like if you're at a little elevation, it's just like 60 all summer and like 30 all winter.
Yeah. Like I used to live in Georgia and the humidity just like you didn't want to go outside in the summer, man. Like you just everyone just stayed inside and everyone had their ACs at like 50 degrees. It was I don't know. It just like you walk outside and it hits you like a wall of heat. Yes, yeah, that's where I was living, Savannah. It is just brutal. And with like global warming happening, like it barely even snows in Ohio anymore. When it does, it's really bad, but like I feel like it snowed maybe like 5 days this winter. So it's been pretty nice, like weather-wise. Perfect temperature for me. I'm a fall guy. It's like the perfect temperature is just fall. And now we're getting that kind of almost year round. Like this 60 to like 50 to 70 area is like the Goldilocks zone for me. Yeah, that's dapper.
Hello.
You might actually be a little quiet on YouTube. Let me turn you up. I turned you down to 70 yesterday when we were playing Deadlock. Here we go. All right, well, not much to talk about. Bounced out our 590 off of our 605 offer. Just retesting as we push back into this. There's really not much here, guys, sadly. I'm gonna grab water quickly. I'll be right back.
Brent crude futures settle at $67.73 a barrel, up 6 cents or 0.09%.
Okay. What do we do here? Offer maintaining. Russell still downtrend. Yes, still flat. Just holding POC as resistance. Oh, that low is a little lackluster. I was expecting a bit more, so I still. Oh. I'd like to see us go a little bit lower, at least to go like get some fresh liquidity. Like the bounce at 590 was nice, and I guess we can go up from here, but like that doesn't give me an opportunity with an equal low. Like I'm not willing to play that. I wanted to see us like trap someone at the lows. Right, like something like this would have been really nice. Where I mean, and again, it can still happen where we trap below, and then we see like a very clear liquidity kind of get stuck here, and then we see the bid step back above this 90. That would have given me a lot of hope that we would expand. And I guess it can still play. Like the 605 is still pretty clearly offer. It's just like a pretty lackluster auction right now. And I'm like a pretty firm believer that like unless we see someone trapped at one of our edges, that balance just kind of persists. So there's not unlike unless you're just willing to continuously play this rotation where you're holding your 590, 580, 10 points of risk for like 25 points. That's like it's perfectly fine to do that, and then your risk here is 605 to 615. So 10 points of risk at our highs, and you're just playing this rotation in between. But I don't know. It's a little too slow for me to care. Varg, you gonna play any Deadlock this weekend? Sunday? I think you'll really like this new character, Mina. I think you'll like her a lot. I mean, no one's really like Pocket, but she's got like an iframe ethereal shift kind of like built into her kit with movement on it. So yes, in that sense. And then she has like lifesteal and a silence built into her kit. I mean, her kit's busted, man.
She actually reminds me more of like a DPS Dynamo.
It is pretty busted. Yeah, I mean, I'm not telling you to like go crazy.
Just hang out with the boys, you know?
Yeah. Do you have a full squad on Helldivers? I don't remember how large parties are. What is it? 4 people? 5?
Yeah. Holy, Rory's in shambles, bro. That's crazy.
Well, I'll reinstall and play like a couple games if there's room. If not, then it's not a big deal. Just play Deadlock.
It's not Adrian. You don't even have to think about it. We have Varg protecting. There is no way possible that it's still standing.
So again, 605 offer back to 590. It's your first risk off if you are willing to take this trade, just at this really tight balance. We need to see this step below and hold, or expect what I talked about, which is this look below for fresh liquidity, and then we see if they trap and then rotate us back over 590. If we can hold 580 to 590 as offer and we don't look back above, right, and trap, then we can expect this downside move. But just use this as your pivot as we rotate down to see if there's going to be anyone that gets caught down here. And then your stops above 590 because that'll be your inval. But we need to see this look below first and then hold, right? Or this is just this entire area, 580, 590 is where you expect the bid to be. We can see that they are showing on Dom at 580. So of course, this is your risk off until we see that look below and hold. Your first signs of weakness will be this 90 offering. So not being able to push back over even here. So seller trying to step down and then trying to push us below this 80. That is what we're watching for right now to see if this is going to just get straight continuation or if this is able to be absorbed and then rotates back up. The decision point here. Two and a half minutes, so it's only 15s. My one question to you, Varg, do the vehicles feel better? I remember when they just introduced the max that they were getting like one hit by monsters and blowing up. Did they fix that, or does it still feel like they're useless? Because that was a big bummer when you got one shot in the Mac.
Trump team withholds Venezuelan oil approval for non-US majors.
Did he AFK on me? Where'd he go? Are the Titan spawns still insane? I remember when we were playing, you would be like, "Here's 25
Yeah.
Titans. Good luck." You'd like kill 3 of them and 5 more would spawn. You'd be like, okay, okay, sick.
Investment funds in latest bi-weekly reporting period buys $24.2458 billion in 10-year notes due the 8th of the 15th, 2035 versus $28.425 billion prior month, according to the US Treasury.
Been really trying to step back in here on this look back over. See if they can just hold it, or if these guys are going to get taken in and then we rotate below 580. Everything right now is pointing to sell side sweeps below 580, if as long as we're maintaining below 600. But it's very two-sided. Figure it out.
The RTY chart is something.
Mm-hmm.
It's something.
I mean, I have another job, man. I have a company that does.
Fitch confirms the US at AA plus outlook stable.
I have a an art and design company, so I do that. That's like more of a passion project now than anything. I went to school for like interactive game design and visual effects, so I do like motion graphics work and a lot of like ad branding and stuff like that. Yeah, I went to SCAD.
Putin says there is light at the end of the tunnel in Russia-US relations. And I hope the first steps are the start of the full-scale restoration of relations. This still depends on the West.
That is why I was
Again,
in
US
Georgia.
affirmed at AA plus by Fitch.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a good school for architecture. Yeah, that's why I was talking to you about the humidity before. It's like you just stay inside. That's that's your life in Georgia. Like you're there or you're at the beach. There's no in between. All right, what are we doing here, guys? Like what is this? Yes, yeah, exactly, Tybee.
Fitch on the US says higher tariffs, government spending cuts, tighter border controls and deportations, surge in policy uncertainties, slowed consumer spending and business investment.
And butter. I don't know if that was there. Or I'm trying to think. Is that the place that has the? I'm looking at their menu right now. Give me a sec. I don't know if this existed when I lived there. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I definitely will. Are you vegan or you just like that place? I see it's a vegan restaurant. Next time you're down there, go to a place called Locke's Chicken and Waffles. It's like this little hole in the wall run by these this like Asian couple. And they serve chicken and waffles, if you can imagine that. It's so good.
It's a crazy fusion.
Yeah, man.
Thinking
Okay.
about that makes me want banchan.
Get you some Korean chicken.
Yeah.
Fitch sees US 2025 government deficit narrowing to 6.9% of GDP.
Their logo is ridiculous. How could this restaurant be bad? Yeah,
Yeah.
come on. This is a this is it. That's peak. All right, so this is our test. We now have Russell divergence where it's pushing up and NQ and ES are pushing down below pivots. This is either where we're going to trap liquidity here at this 70 and then rotate back over 90 and bid, or this 80 to 90 now holds offer pretty aggressively, and then we rotate down to 560. So I think that this
Fitch rating
is
sees US
our
2026
test.
government deficits rising to 7.8% of GDP.
See what they do here.
So Fitch on the US say accelerated interest rate cuts in 2026 are to help boost domestic demand in the beginning of the second half of next year, leading to a pickup in growth to 2.1% in 2027.
And again, like the reason why I'm watching the 70 for that potential look below and then failure here is because of this POC on footprint. So I'm just watching to see if this is like enough of a liquidity grab to potentially trap sellers here. And then we see that bid step back through. We want to see like a very clear offer and then sweep through this right down to our 60 target if this is going to go. I don't really want it to linger in that 80 to 90. We want to see sell side like pretty clearly shift value here.
Fitch sees US 2027 government deficit rising to 7.9% of GDP. Fitch on the US say we expect US dollars, a predominant reserve currency status, to continue for the foreseeable future despite increased US policy uncertainty.
So looking into our offer now, watching to see if this bid steps up. or if the offer is able to sustain and then we sweep through for that next low. "40 seconds till new 15s. Note where POC is here, right? It's in our low. We're watching to see if they step through this on the open of new 15, I think,
Fitch
for a
ratings say the
decision.
US hasn't taken meaningful action on large deficits.
We need to see this offer step through 80 again. Or again, like we're gonna do the trap idea. This is just gonna be a look for liquidity, and then as soon as we step back over 90s, like the bid can be active through.
Fitch on the US says we see economic activity remaining subdued at 1.5% next year as policy uncertainty and higher inflation negatively impacts consumer spending. Fitch Ratings says the US dollar share of global reserves gives financial flexibility.
Okay, I'm out half here to 70, and then I'm gonna look for to carry over my runners into 50 to 60 if we can get below this. they need to sweep the 70, dude. We're kind of screwed here. Mm, I mean, there's like just no interest so far.
Putin says we discussed with the American partners joint work in Russian Arctic and Alaska.
Offer keeps showing at 85. The longer we sit here without just like sweeping through, the more this position feels a bit more uncomfortable. We've taken off risk into 70, but the longer we fail to kind of like shift value and sweep through 70, the more likely the 90 upside feels. We still need to see it to believe it, right? But just keep that in mind. Like 80 is still holding, but we need to see sell side strength here in these lows. I'm more than happy to get stopped out into 90 and then look to get back in on a look back below 80s. But like I have a hard stop at 90 and I'll wait. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Up Nick. Yeah, I'm just watching to see if sell side fails here on this flip of 80 to 90. And then we pop back above, or if this 80-90 holds offer, and then we sweep down into 560. Bit two-sided here. Got 50 seconds until new 15s. What's up, Rory?
Rory. I can't believe you were surprised yesterday, Roy, that I sent you was not bad. That is so insulting. Actually ruined my day. It's like you're like, hey, check out this new outfit, and it's like, wow, it's actually not ugly. All right, buddy. L Rory, W Rory.
Dude. Can we make a decision, please? Just filled another 2 at 70 for 10. I had like a really terrible stomach bug yesterday. I don't know what was going on. I still feel it today, but it's not as bad. But I just like woke up and immediately threw up. I don't know. Like my stomach was hurting the day before. I was talking about it on mic, but I have no clue.
You, Rory, did you drink any water? Question mark.
Holy, that took way too long to play. Okay, this is your PT here into 560 to 550. If we flip this, we get more downside. If this holds, then it is what it is.
For you here. Yes, dude, this came on my feed. It made me audibly laugh.
All right, boys. Well, that's that. So that's your trade. That's 30 points from our 80s on our flip. Sorry it took so long to play. Not my fault, but it held and it did the thing. See if we get some more, or if this is it.
Hey, this is what I'm getting at, Roy. Are you okay? Do you need a hug, man? You've been a little salty. Is this just because Sven didn't invite you to play Deadlock, man?
Come on, flip this just now. Don't make me wait until close for another leg. Surely we go to 30 here. No, no, okay. Well,
This move played, I'm gonna grab a baked potato. I'll be right back.
so I just want to show you guys something that I think is really important, because here we go. So do you see how I stop out twice into our highs here? I'm more than willing to try to play the high, but I have a hard stop, right? And that's what's so important here is like the flip. So my stop becomes my short because it's become our hard invalidation. And I'm more than happy to try to play this long if this buyer is going to be able to sustain. But I'm going to play this down through our rotation once it fails. So 605 becomes our short, just like we talked about. And that's here, of course, right? So I tried to play the long on the look above. It didn't work. I immediately stop and am then filled short. We close into our 580, 590. We, just to play this rotation down, once we start to see that look below 580, I start to build a position just 2 lots at a time. Just buying, hard stop at 590 with actually more contracts to fill than I have position-wise. So that if we flip over 590, I immediately flip long like I did flip short here at 605. And then just taking profit into our next target into 560 and then looking for 530 now for the downside move. But just playing our pivots. That's it. But like being more than happy to take a 5-6 point stop here and then flip and then be able to play this rotation down like we've been talking about. Again, like getting stopped out shouldn't be a big deal, and understanding like where our structural pivots are, like I'm just gonna play the setup. Risking 6 points is nothing. It's a scratch when we get the other side of the move from it, right? So it's really not too bad here. And now we're just playing it down. And you should feel pretty happy. Like yeah, we sat here at this with this 10 point of risk for 30 minutes basically, but the trade is now really worth. Right, so we were able to capture 30 points here, and now potentially another 20 points off of this flip of our pivot. So all in all, 10 points of risk has netted you a really solid return, and all you have to do is be patient with our structure, So now we have a 5-to-1 risk to reward for our full target. So I'm fully out here, but I just wanted to point that out, like, it's not like I stop out all the time, but like I'm more than happy to play the opposite side of structure. So to me, this is target. This is fill. It could go lower. I'll play the flip of 20 to 30. It's not a big deal. If we continue down, I'll just get back in. Right? We'll play this downside move that we already have pathed out, but I've got to see it play first. Right? And it's just like our failure here at this short. This is where we flipped long off of this failure than the last attempt when we tried to push below this. All we did was trap below and then rotate and bid back up. Right? So we'll be looking for the same kind of thing here into our 20 to 30 again, which is this buyer still present and are they still willing to defend? Or can we actually look below and hold? Or is this just going to be where that bid is? So I fully expect sell side to be sitting here at this 550, 560 from our hold. This is just a reversion to our VWAP here. Now I'm watching to see what happens now that we've gotten our full move. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice if it happened like immediately. Makes you feel a little less confident when we're this slow. I hate shorting slower markets, but okay, let's watch to see what happens here. We should see sell side try to step in here again, and then we'll see if we can get this leg lower or if this flips supportive again. Unsure. I'm risked off. Just waiting now. We're just watching to see if this 560, 550 flips or if it holds. We want to see like a look into this yellow zone and then a look back out for downside. Or again, like we could just retrade the 60 to 80. It's 5 minutes till MOC.
Wait, what's so Minnesota tie that I'm having a baked potato for lunch? Wow. It's a Korean beef bulgogi baked potato.
So if this look above fails and we push back below 50 is probably a good short. If we're able to sustain here 50 to 60, then rotations back up to 80 makes sense. Just watching to see how this auction resolves. Not sure if the news bot is down again, but you should get a warning here in like a minute for MOC. Minute 30 until volatility steps back in. Should be a great first risk off if you are playing off of 60 into our 70, secondary target 80, 90. Same range as before, same everything. I'm hoping that with these guys,
1 minute to go to get the market
okay,
on
there we
close
go.
imbalance.
These guys below, with this now holding as supportive, we're able to break highs here, and we're able to actually push. But we'll have to see. A lot can happen with MOC volatility. But the seller at 70 makes sense. Now we're just gonna watch. What I'm guessing is gonna happen is MOC is going to wick this area. We're gonna find a buyer, and then we're gonna pop above. That's my guess. But that is completely and totally speculative. I think MOC, whichever way this pivot holds on MOC, is our direction for the last 10. So if like this 50 to 60
seconds.
liquidity can't maintain and we start to see this look below from that wick, and then we see our seller then defend this, then the offer wins, right? But if bid can win, then we just pop.
Market on close imbalance.
That's your full
S&P
rotation
500
into 80
buy
secondary
side
target.
1.8 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.2 billion, Dow 30 buy side 587 million, Mag 7 buy side 773 million.
Just in runners now from 60. Stop just below 50 just in case we wick.
Still two-sided trading on this 85 ES.
So tested sell side liquidity into our 80-90 short from this push down. Then came back down into our 50 to 60, immediately found bid, now just ranging at our 70. With this hold at 50 to 60, we ideally want to now take out highs, or this might be done. Russell pushing up with this movement. I took off one more into 70 and now just holding runners, stop below 49, or at 49. Looking to see if we can expand as long as this 50 to 60 is holding. But I'm more than happy to get stopped out on these two remaining contracts. Should expect another little bit of volatility here at 55, right? At 255. Sorry, 355. You get like a little second algo wave then.
Last 3.5 minutes.
Stabbed on runners there in 49. See what they do. I don't think I'd take anything else. We'll see. If we pop over 590, then maybe I go long, but I'm not really looking to play this again, personally, until we flip. Very clear absorption into 70s. For stepping down. If we had more time, I would be playing off of this 50, but I just can't be bothered. Good hold of our lows. Again, seller sitting at 70. You're just looking to see if this can sustain. We started to sell as soon as Russell and ES lost momentum. RTY can gain momentum. It looks okay, but we're holding our rotation. Again, I'm not playing. Got stopped into the low there on my last two runners and just gonna wait. We have 30 seconds until close, so if this pops over 80 to 90 though, I think we go up pretty clearly after holding our lows. Good defense.
And seconds. It's the most RTY movement we've seen all day. Minus the Powell speech. Well, for a balanced, like, tight day, decent.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sitting for like an hour there post lunch, but other than that, pretty good.
Hopefully people had patience. I don't know.
Yeah. For the handful still here, I think Darian finally got the things updated, the videos. Those are out there. If you want them. But if not, I will, yeah, seriously, right? This guy. But looks like lesson master list. Holy cows, I can't talk. It's updated. But I'm out of here. Enjoy your weekend, everybody.
Better
Goodbye,
wrap it.
goodbye.
For the week, the S&P 500
All right,
rose
guys.
0.3%
Peace.
in the end. The Dow rose 1.5%, and the Nasdaq fell 0.6%.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you guys have questions or if like you're struggling or you need anything, you know, just DM. Have a good one. I'll see you on Monday. Yeah, later, Odin. Have a good one. Later, man.